I call the meeting to order. We now move on to our next agenda item, item 2, and that's the general debate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting today at an important juncture. We launched IOR-ARC in 1997, a decade and a half ago, with the primary objective of promoting sustained growth and balanced development to the region and of its member states. IOR-ARC has helped promote understanding and cooperation amongst our countries over these years, yet immense untapped potential remains. The geostrategic importance of the Indian Ocean cannot be underestimated. As focus of global economic growth shifts to Asia, it will occupy even greater salience in our strategic perspective. We envision IOR-ARC as a regional body that can respond effectively to this need and enhance our individual and collective capacities to deal with contemporary challenges facing our common maritime domain. It must be strengthened to enable it to rise to our expectations. We considered it appropriate, therefore, to focus our deliberations today on the theme IOR-ARC at 15, the next decade. In our view, the objective of this exercise should be to lay down a roadmap, an agenda for our association for the coming years that will eventually establish IOR-ARC as an apex organization for the Indian Ocean region. Our region is characterized by great diversities in size, population and levels of development. A prospective roadmap for our association must therefore be inclusive, taking IOR-ARC forward at a pace acceptable to all of us. Secondly, in facilitating the creation of a regional climate conducive to peace and prosperity, IOR-ARC should aim at opening as many channels of communication and cooperation amongst its membership as feasible. It must thus be comprehensive, an integrated effort bringing together governments, civil society and business and deepening people-to-people contacts. In this context, we should consider a university dedicated to a comprehensive range of subjects relevant to the Indian Ocean, including its political economy, maritime and environmental issues. And finally, its agenda must reflect common regional interests that hold value for its membership. We took the first steps when we last met in Bengaluru in November 2011 and identified 6 priorities for our association's work, including maritime security and safety, disaster risk reduction, trade and investment facilitation, fisheries management, academic and science and technology cooperation, and tourism and cultural exchanges. Each of these areas has its own relevance for us, and here I would like to touch on just 3 aspects. Economic cooperation is at the core of our collective effort, and we need to consider appropriate initiatives aimed at meeting the development, energy and food security needs of our region, new infrastructural linkages with enhanced connectivity, and trade and investment facilitation that builds on the complementarities in our economic strengths. Job creation for our growing youthful populations is an imperative across the region. Capacity building and skilling in all our identified priority areas is a cross-cutting need which IOR-ARC can also address. Economic development cooperation requires a conducive environment to flower. Security of maritime commerce and safety of seafarers are of concern to all of us. There is need, for example, to be more precise in defining high-risk areas in the Indian Ocean based on actual incidents of piracy, as this impacts adversely on insurance premiums and adds to the cost of shipping in our region. India will host an IOR-ARC seminar on maritime security in early 2013, and we should consider its institutionalization as a regional forum for continuing exchange of views and monitoring of the situation. Finally, we should consider ways and means of providing greater structure to the IOR-ARC process. We could consider having a theme of contemporary relevance for future council meetings. For example, as we have done for this one, which can help focus our discussions on issues at hand. Excellencies, I thank you for your attention and look forward to hearing your views in some detail. Thank you. I now invite my colleague from Australia, His Excellency Mr. Richard Marles, Vice Chair of the Council, to take the floor and deliver his statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And can I start by thanking the Government of India for the extremely efficient and generous arrangements made for our meeting today, and for the suite of officials, academics and business meetings earlier this week, as well as for the fantastic energy that you have provided to IOR-ARC as the Chair of IOR-ARC. It's great to have a chance to visit Gurgaon and see incredible India in motion. And I'd also like to congratulate our host and chair for your promotion to the Foreign Ministry of India, and I very much enjoyed our meeting yesterday. Australia wants our discussions and our decisions at this meeting to result in outcomes. We want outcomes which will make a practical difference to each of our member countries, ones which really add value for all of us. And Australia is ready to contribute to those outcomes. We are today proposing a package of new projects worth $1.3 million in addition to the measures that we announced last year at the IOR-ARC meeting, and these new measures will concentrate on new fields within the key priority areas of IOR-ARC. We want to help find out how our oceans work and how best to make it work for us and for our collective benefit. We wish to organise a new workshop for experts from IOR-ARC countries in ocean forecasting to meet and to build capacity to progress, validate and apply Indian Ocean forecasting systems. Addressing climate variability is also another important area to address in the Indian Ocean region. And we already have an initiative to help strengthen adaptation to climate variability, which will help to elevate the capacity among IOR-ARC members to identify, develop and implement appropriate adaptations based on common understandings of the impacts of climate variability. It's also important to build the capacity of members, officials in maritime security and safety. As such, we will host a course in maritime regulation and enforcement and maritime security for officials who are working in this area. In addition, Australia will also undertake an Indian Ocean Port State Control Capacity Development Program. This will improve the application of national port state control procedures in the Indian Ocean region and will involve those members affiliated with the Indian Ocean Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control. Furthermore, we believe more can be done among members to reduce our risks to disasters. We wish to build closer cooperation in this important area, and so would like to host or perhaps co-host a meeting for officials from IOR-ARC National Disaster Management Offices. We hope that this will allow disaster management officials to work together to find new ways to cooperate in this really important field. While we do not want to overload our system nor to overreach with our plans, we do want to keep building on the strong foundations of IOR-ARC which have been set by India as chair. And to that end, we want the membership of IOR-ARC to expand to cover more of the countries which call the Indian Ocean their home, and we are really pleased to be seeing the Comores become a member of IOR-ARC at this meeting. We want our links with other regional bodies, the IOC, ASEAN and SADC especially, to be closer, more frequent and more comprehensive. And we want our list of effective practical projects to grow year by year. And we want our level of ambition to rise to match our growing sense of common purpose and common interests. Next year, when we meet again, Australia will have the honour of taking the chair of this group. And we've worked closely and collaboratively with India at this council as at the last. And for the next 2 years, we will depend on the advice and the guidance of India and, of course, of Indonesia. All the membership, though, will need to work together, as we will today, to give ever more substance and momentum to our organisation and to our regional identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing your very useful perspective with us and the promise of of hard, definite delivery. I now invite the Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Mirjarul Qais, to take the floor and deliver his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I at the outset congratulate you on your assuming the chair. We are very confident, of course, that under your stewardship our deliberations will be fruitful. I must also say that the Government of India deserves congratulations for the successful leadership it has provided since the last 11th session of the Council last year. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would also like to extend sincere thanks to the Government of India for the warm reception and generous hospitality, and of course the excellent arrangements for this and the preparatory meetings. I would also like to put on record our deep appreciation for the sincere efforts of the Secretary General for infusing dynamism into the work of the association. I would be remiss if I do not welcome my new neighbour, Comoros, into the membership of the IOR-ARC. I must say that it adds value to our membership. Mr. Chairman, the Indian Ocean is not just an extended expanse of blue waters. To many of us land lovers, the ocean separates, but in fact, the Indian Ocean connects. It links us into a wholesome that we are here to celebrate 15 years of existence of the organization. But as we mark the 15 years, it's also an occasion for us to engage in some introspection. And that is something which our distinguished delegate from Australia also mentioned. Although somewhat sluggish in the initial years, our association has demonstrated some visible progress in recent years. The last few years have also seen an exercise of review of the association for it to deliver on its promises in full. Notably, we have written a new charter, staff and financial regulations, increased frequency of meetings, adopted a clustering approach in project formulation, etc. Now that the association has consolidated its institutional base, it is time for us perhaps to focus on our attention and efforts for concrete outcomes. Bangladesh has a particular desire to see IOR-ARC on a forward journey towards a goal of delivery of tangible benefits for all our peoples. However, as it is recovering from the recession of 2008, the global economy remains fragile. The second-round effects of the financial meltdown are being felt in terms of decline in export earnings, investment, remittance, OD, etc., particularly by the developing member states of our association. We're confident that building on our synergies and complementarities will allow us to withstand such external economic upheavals as well as emerging challenges. The challenge before us to adopt the appropriate strategy to pursue cooperation in keeping with our principle of open regionalism despite the substantial diversity in geography, governance and level of development. Our strength lies in our steady growth of a burgeoning middle class that is increasingly confident about its future, a large internal market working as both a manufacturing hub and a consumer base. We welcome designation of maritime piracy as one of the 6 standalone areas for cooperation during the last Council of Ministers meeting. Piracy in the Indian Ocean has become a matter of great concern, not only for the maritime industry but also for governments all over the world due to its high human and economic cost. Mr. Chairman, Bangladesh shares the concern of other countries over this menace. The extent of their reach signifies that it would be difficult to curb this menace without a concerted regional, trans-regional and international campaign. In the long run, of course, creation of good order at the sea, which would prevent illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing activities in and around Somali waters by other nations, would be needed. Mr. Chairman, Bangladesh believes that trade and investment should remain the 2 key areas of cooperation in our association. In this vein, we attach importance to progress in those 2 areas. In spite of the temporary setback in drafting the PTA, we support continued study in this area toward the goal of conclusion of such an agreement in future. We also wish to see progress in the drafting of the agreement on the promotion and protection of investment within the IOR-ARC. Natural disasters, Mr. Chairman, are a recurrent phenomenon of our region whose severity is being intensified by the impact of climate change. Since disasters strike different countries at different times in an unpredictable manner, it is not possible perhaps for any individual country to dedicate a major chunk of its resources solely to manage disasters at the cost of vital sectors of development. We need to assess and address the challenges that climate change poses to climate-sensitive sectors of our countries, including water resources, agriculture, and therefore food security, health, energy, urban planning, tourism, etc. The SANA communique issued from the 10th COM on 5th August 2010 stressed the need for greater cooperation in addressing the challenges emanating from climate change. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, IOR-ARC, and therefore us, we all must strive as active agents of change, contributing to the betterment of the lives of our peoples. The potentials of the Indian Ocean Rim are immense. We envisage IOR-ARC as a catalyst for the qualitative impact on people's lives and our capacity to collectively impact all others. Mr. Chairman, a longer version of the statement would be circulated. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing a very, very useful perspective. I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Bakri bin Abdul Fattah Sharif, Foreign Minister of the Union of Comoros, to make his country statement for the first time in this forum. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellency, Mr. President, Excellency, Ministers, Honorable Assistants. Today, the people of the Union of Comoros is very glad and happy to join the Association of the Indian Ocean Rim. I am very happy today to be with you, Excellencies, and to thank you for your support. We will work together and hand by hand for the future of our association. It's very important because most of your Excellencies we know together and we meet every time in the different meet in the world. I want to say this great occasion to thank the government of the Republic of India for the hospitality and the nice reception when I arrived in this beautiful country, India. For you all, I thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing with us your fresh perspectives and expectations, and we look forward to your active contribution as the newest member, and might invite you as the youngest member of the association. I now invite His Excellency the Secretary General, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Budi Buleksono.
Your Excellency, Mr. Salman Khurshid, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India and the Chairman of the Councils of Ministers, distinguished ministers and heads of delegations, Mr. Secretary General of the IOR-ARC, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking you, Mr. Chairman, and your team for the excellent arrangement and very generous hospitality extended to my delegation and myself. I wish to use this opportunity to extend the regret of the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Martina Talagawa, for being unable to attend this meeting in spite of his strong wish to participate. I join him in expressing our full confidence in your ability, Mr. Chairman, to bring this meeting of Councils of Ministers to a productive and successful conclusions. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome into our midst the Union of Comoros. This enlargement of our associations is both evidence and expectations that IOR-ARC has to become even more relevant to our region. As we mark the 15th anniversary of our associations, the theme of IOR-ARC at 15, the next decade, is very pertinent and forward-looking. It is an appropriate moment for us to review our cooperations, to see if it has reflected the aspiration of all members of the forum that seeks concrete actions, and to decide our agenda for the next decade. Let us have a look at the state of our regions and cooperation these days. The IMF predicted that the economic slowdown in Europe and United States would likely to continue, dragging the global growth to 3.3%. Meanwhile, the inequality in our region has also grown to a worrying degree. What has our cooperation done to improve the resiliency and inclusiveness of our regions? The energy and food market are still very volatile. The poor quality of our supply chain, combined with the increasing demand of our fast-growing economy and populations, are straining our energy and food security. Our naturally disaster-prone region tend to exacerbate our problems. Continued incident of piracy in our oceans complicates our efforts to resolve pressing issues. What has our cooperation done to address these immense challenges? What value added can IOR-ARC bring to the welfare and well-being of our people? The IOR-ARC actually has the capacity to give more impact to the world and to our people. We are a forum comprising 20 member countries, stretches from southern part of Africa to eastern part of Australia. We could be a self-reliance and resilience region, a powerhouse of our own economy. I was therefore very pleased to hear that the Council of Senior Officials had discussed issues such as health, food security, and climate change. We support the broadening of the association's scope of work because it is important to have a strong sectoral and functional cooperation. To do that, we need to establish a more solid connection to act collaboratively as a forum. Therefore, connectivity would be a natural element to be strengthened as an overarching agenda in the next decade. Our effort to promote connectivity in the Indian Ocean Rim should be more than just building ports, roads, and bridges to deliver our goods faster, crucially important as they are. It should incorporate actions to improve coordinations between our institutions. It should integrate efforts to strengthen our people-to-people interactions. It should also include activities to promote business-to-business cooperations. Last year, we have identified 6 main areas as the focus of our cooperations. These 6 areas of our shared concern and interest could be the groundwork of our efforts to promote a more comprehensive connectivity in our region. By having a more comprehensive connectivity, we will eventually engrave deeper trust and understanding among our nations and build better sense of confidence and community among our people. With a stronger confidence, we could improve our cooperation in the forum. With a stronger cooperation, we could strengthen our prosperity as a region. With a stronger prosperity, we could give meaningful contributions to the world. Let us walk the talk and convert our commitments into real projects and activities. India has served us well as the able chair and leader of the association, for which we are grateful. I am confident that with your strong support for the next chair, Australia, and Indonesia as vice chair, we will be able to further advance our cooperation in the next 2 years. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Mohammad Mehdi Akhundzadeh, Deputy Foreign Minister for Legal International Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I should express my gratitude to His Excellency Salman Khurshid, Distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of India, for warm hospitality and congratulate him for his important and new portfolio. I should thank the Secretariat of the IOR-ARC for their excellent arrangement. I also welcome the new membership of this association, the Union of Comoros, amidst us. Mr. Chairman, the Indian Ocean is the world's 3rd largest ocean, which carries half of the world's container ship, 1/3 of the bulk cargo traffic, and 2/3 of the world's oil shipment. It is indeed a lifeline of international trade and economy. The Indian Ocean Rim, with population of 2 billion, constitute around 1/3 of the world's population, which makes it a massive market. It's rich in strategic and precious mineral and metal and other natural resources. valuable marine resources ranging from food fisheries to raw materials. It is a region of much diversity in culture, race, religion, economic development, and strategic interest. IOR-ARC has been designed to build and expand understanding and mutually beneficial cooperation. Emanation of Indian Ocean Association is indeed an important manifestation of the revival of interest in cooperation among countries of our region. The Islamic Republic of Iran attaches great importance to multilateral cooperation as an important means for growth and development of the countries of the region. IOR-ARC could play a unique role in further development of the region in different matters pertaining to 6 priority areas designated by Council of Ministers. In this context, I maintain that the role of the subsidiary bodies of the association is of great importance, and the initiative and performance of Working Group on Trade and Investment, Business Forum, and Academic Group, according to their mandate, should be supported by us as policy-making body of association. Mr. Chairman, we are happy to note that science and technology is one key area for cooperation in the association. We have hosted Regional Center of Science and Technology Transfer in Tehran, and accordingly we have done every effort to support the center in materializing its aim and goals. The government of Islamic Republic of Iran, as host of RCSTT, has assigned the center on a sustainable basis in order to enable it to become a global center of excellence in science and technology transfer. Recently, the Cabinet of Ministers has adopted a financial decision of granting annually $200,000 to the center. This grant has been allocated from this year's onward, and we sincerely hope other member states of IOR-ARC initiate their financial grant to the center in order to enable it achieve its goal. Mr. Chairman, allow me to touch upon some of the important issues before our Council. First, with regard to proposal of increase in annual membership contribution, we believe we should be concerned and opt for enhancement of functioning of the Secretariat, and in this regard, we support any proposal proposed by Committee of Senior Officials to enhance capability of the Secretariat in performing its mandate. Secondly, my delegation, while commending India for voluntary contribution of $1 million to the special fund, support the agreed text of administrative arrangement for a special fund. We believe designing joint project, co-funding for projects, and due attention to less developed countries and projects which merely target association priorities are of vital importance. We believe there are more room for our association international arena, especially cooperation with the United Nations and intergovernmental bodies in the region and beyond. In this regard, we support obtaining observer status with UN General Assembly, which first of all promotes international recognition of the association, and secondly, will be based for substantive engagement and to utilize deliberation and consultation in these bodies. Mr. Chairman, as human beings are the focus of development, it is imperative to create an enabling environment for development as well as sound macroeconomic policy conducive to high investment rates for further enhancement of human resources in regional countries, including mine. A majority of countries in our region are still confronted by numerous shared and common problems and great challenges such as extreme poverty, global food crisis, and continued food insecurity, high level of unemployment, external debt burden, and lack of financial aid, and climate change negative impacts. We believe that countries of our region should work on a vigorous, coordinated, and comprehensive global response to these challenges and to undertake immediate action to overcome these challenges. We need to shape a comprehensive plan of action with a focus on eradicating poverty and deployment and transfer of advanced technology. We should be cognizant of the fact that coercive economic measures, including unilateral sanctions against countries of our region, violates and undermines international law and severely threaten freedom of trade and investment. Last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, we are confident that this Council of Ministers meeting will certainly contribute to the effort aimed at expanding regional cooperation and to the promotion and enhancement of our association. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Government of India for wonderful and excellent arrangement, and in particularly Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for chairing our meeting, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite the Foreign Minister of Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Ambassador Samson Ongeri, to take the floor.
Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by conveying deep appreciation to the Government of India for the kind treatment and generosity that my delegation and I have received since our arrival in this beautiful city of Gurgaon. The warmth and hospitality traditionally associated with the Indian people has been manifest in all our engagements. And congratulations, Mr. Chair, Honorable Salman Khurshid, for being appointed the worthy chair of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the great Republic of India. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished delegates from the IOR-ARC member countries who have displayed their commitment to this association. Their presence here is for the last few days has enabled healthy discussions and an exchange of proposals on cooperation initiatives and the way forward for this very important association. Mr. Chairman, Kenya fully supports the underlying fundamentals of multilateralism which have enabled member states and friends of IOR-ARC to subscribe wholeheartedly to the objectives of this association. As a founding member of this association, Kenya remains fully committed to the objectives of the IOR-ARC Charter, and we are proud to see visible progress in the commissioning of joint projects and undertaking of various mutually beneficial technical cooperation initiatives between partner states. It's our sincere belief that there is still additional space for more and deeper initiatives of cooperation, as well as opportunities to harness the potential of this association. Mr. Chairman, Kenya continues to benefit greatly from collaboration frameworks with various countries in science, technology, and innovation. We are keen to share our successes with member states and even more through the academic and inter-university group. Kenya's most celebrated research institutions are in the fields of agriculture, human and animal medicine, marine and fisheries, forestry and wildlife. Kenya deeply appreciates the proposed program of university mobility in the Indian Ocean region, which will encourage and further facilitate exchange programs and visits for students, professors and technical experts among institutions of higher learning. Mr. Chairman, the enhancement of trade and investments between member states is crucial for the promotion of development objectives as a region. We appreciate the great efforts taken by member countries during the meetings of our Business Forum and the Working Group on Trade and Investment to work towards the achievement of these goals. My country will continue to support the study on the establishment of the Free Trade Area and the finalization of the database of business membership organizations. While appreciating that tourism has over the years become a major driving force of the economies of most member states of the IOR-ARC, it's important to recognize the effects of the global financial crisis on luxury and holiday travel and the attendant impact on economies that draw foreign exchange earnings from tourism. IOR-ARC is blessed with the world's most unique fauna and flora and a rich heritage that has been preserved over thousands of years. It is in this regard that Kenya presented a concept paper on cooperation in tourism for consideration by members of this association. With the assistance of the Secretariat, we hope to receive positive responses and additional views of member states on the proposals and its recommendations. As the Chairman, Kenya would like to associate itself with the proposal made by Yemen and the other states for a regional initiative towards combating piracy along the waters of the Gulf of Aden. This phenomenon has negative implications on international trade, fishing and other economic objectives in the region. In this regard, Kenya supports UN Security Council resolutions which call for nations to work together and use all means necessary to contain the problem of piracy in the Indian Ocean. As a government, we will do our part in contributing the international efforts to combat piracy. Mr. Chairman, Kenya, together with its international partners, has been involved in various initiatives aimed at restoring peace in the war-ravaged nation of Somalia. We are encouraged by the recent developments in Somalia, and in particular, the election of a new president, prime minister, and adoption of a new constitution. We believe the recent military advances made by AMISOM in liberating large sections of Somalia from militias will give the Somalia government added impetus to fast-track the implementation of the Kampala roadmap. Finally, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the people of Kenya, I would like to join hands with other member countries in conveying our commitments to the objectives of IOR-ARC and in supporting the application by the new member now, who is already Comoros, and of course by United States of America to be admitted as a dialogue partner. I thank you for being again in this great country 54 years after I was a student in Delhi University. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for your kind words. I now invite the Foreign Minister of Republic of Madagascar, His Excellency Mr. Puro Jocelyn Rajanorvelu, to take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Malagasy government, I would like to pay special tribute to the Indian government, the incumbent chairpersonship of IOR-ARC, for hosting the 12th meeting of the Council of Ministers and for the warm hospitality of this amazingly beautiful country, a country which can combine traditions and modernity. Indeed, India has achieved a sterling work in promoting multi-sector development, solidarity and exchanges between IOR-ARC member states. To illustrate the amount of $1 million that have been granted to our regional community by the Indian government in order to realize our projects and programs. Let me also extend my congratulations to all IOR-ARC member states on the commemoration of our organization's 15th anniversary this year, an anniversary that makes us proud of our achievements and opportunity to be hopeful for highly promising prospects for all the countries in the region and the rest of the world. I would like to congratulate the Union of Commerce for joining and being now the 20th member of IOR-ARC. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar has not been left behind for that hope. Actually, despite the tough and strenuous situation which has been prevailing in my country since 2009 up to the present time, IOR-ARC and its member states have always stood on our side. It is reflective of unfailing solidarity of Indian Ocean community towards Malagasy people. Accordingly, Madagascar has always been informed about our activities. However, for lack of funds, our contributions were limited to the strict minimum in keeping with our financial possibilities. In spite of this situation, and given the sincere and mutual friendship between Madagascar and all IOR member states, the Malagasy government has specially favored our participation in this Council of Ministers to show our unconditional commitment to the values and objectives of this regional body. Mr. Chairman, now I can assert that a major step has been made in my country. Admittably, the international community support has culminated in the establishment of transitional institutions. The ultimate stage of ending the crisis, which is based on election organization, is in process. Therefore, Madagascar is still calling upon international solidarity, particularly IOR-ARC member states, to support our country in this difficult task on which depends the future stability of our nation. On the 24th of October, a partnership agreement was signed between the international community and donors and the Malagasy government. This document contains a financial requirement prerequisite to hold democratic, fair, credible, transparent and consensual elections in Madagascar, expected to be held on May 2030. This document also describes the financial commitments of both parties for these elections. Similarly, the transitional government is paving the way towards economic recovery. The post-crisis economic reconstruction is a major project to which all national and international development stakeholders should contribute effectively. At national level, this is marked by the government decision to boost DBM activities or Economic Development Board for Madagascar. In the same vein, I would like just to praise the ongoing project of our Secretariat, namely the IOR-ARC Business Portal, a project which aims at making all member state economic data available. This project will facilitate the promotion of partnerships among development actors of public and private sectors in the region. In doing so, the Malagasy government will certainly take necessary measures to motivate these stakeholders so that they will respond positively towards this project. Mr. Chairman, I firmly believe that the glorious future of my country lies within the Indian Ocean country. If referring to the geographic position and the historical ties between our countries, which is reinforced by the multi-sector potential of the region vis-à-vis its member states and globally. Madagascar is optimistic about the future of the IOR-ARC organization. In fact, the motivation of each member to move forward in cause for optimism, we do remain optimistic because after 15 years of existence, IOR-ARC has reached its present stage. We also feel optimistic due to the world growing interest towards this economic organization, judging by the number of membership, partnership, or observation requests in this organization. Mr. Chairman, in the next decade, IOR-ARC will consolidate its achievements, strengthen solidarity among its members, eradicate piracy and all kinds of maritime insecurity which might hinder the promotion of regional and multilateral exchanges. A new decade that will confirm the major change in geo-economic world towards the Indian Ocean. Last but not the least, on behalf of the government of Madagascar, allow me to thank the Secretariat of IOR-ARC for its commitments and its hard works for the preparation of all our meetings. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the Deputy Foreign Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Mr. Richard Reid Jayan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, distinguished colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my sincere congratulations to you, Mr. Chairman, on your recent appointment as the Minister of External Affairs of India. In this regard, I take this opportunity to wish you continued success in your new and distinguished position. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to express my deep gratitude to you, Excellency, as well as to the government and people of India for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangements that were extended to me and my delegation during our stay here in this vibrant city of Gurgaon for this very important gathering of the IOR-ARC 12th meeting of the Council of Ministers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time to this part of India. I was in Bangalore last year, and I am indeed delighted to be here in this city of Gurgaon, while getting a glimpse of New Delhi just last evening. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean Rim countries represent a melting pot of diverse ethnicities, cultures and religion. From the statements made by my distinguished colleagues before me, I take note that we are all here for a common goal, and that is of expanding and deepening cooperation amongst us. In this regard, Malaysia believes that IOR-ARC remains a viable and important platform for close cooperation among the Indian Ocean Rim countries. As an organization that has been in existence for more than 15 years, IOR-ARC has indeed grown in its importance of intensifying mutual understanding and strengthening close partnerships among its member countries. To make IOR-ARC more effective and to further increase its profile, Malaysia is of the view that IOR-ARC members should consolidate further and draw focus on tangible deliverables. There is no doubt that IOR-ARC has the potential to become an important mechanism to help member countries achieve their national development agendas. For that to happen, we certainly need to establish a niche for IOR-ARC with practical programs and initiatives that are based on the existing principles of open regionalism and consensus. At the same time, it is pertinent for IOR-ARC programs to be conducted based on the voluntary spirit of inclusive participation and in accordance with the members' ability and capacity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia attaches great importance to the IOR-ARC initiatives and has taken the necessary measures to prioritize projects, especially in the areas of education, trade, investment, and human capacity building. One of the main opportunities for cooperation identified by Malaysia is in the area of education. Malaysia believes that there is great potential for education cooperation among IOR-ARC member countries. Based on this spirit, Malaysia, through the National University of Malaysia, or commonly known as UKM or University Kebangsaan Malaysia, has presented a concept paper during the IOR-ARC academic group meeting earlier this week. The concept paper is aimed at the eventual establishment of a center for multilateral education. The initial concept of this proposed center for multilateral education would focus on entrepreneurship education, which is increasingly being recognized as one of the key drivers of generating economic growth, spurring productivity and innovation, as well as creating employment opportunities. In this regard, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia hopes to institutionalize our joint efforts to upgrade our educators, particularly in delivering quality and effective sharing of knowledge in entrepreneurship education for IOR-ARC members. In the area of trade and investment, Malaysia remains committed to ensuring the nation's economic cooperation with IOR-ARC member countries continue to flourish. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the volatile global economic outlook, in particular in the Eurozone financial crisis, Malaysia is pleased to note that the total trade between Malaysia and IOR-ARC member countries has continued to expand. For the year 2011, total trade between Malaysia and IOR-ARC member countries increased by approximately 13% to the tune of USD 133.7 billion as compared to the previous year. This has contributed to approximately 32% of Malaysia's total external trade. Hence, Malaysia is heartened by the growing intra-regional trade, such as trade among IOR-ARC member countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia echoes the sentiments of other IOR-ARC members on the need for us to work closer for the greater benefit of us all. The positive interaction among IOR-ARC partners over the years is a fundamental step towards the right direction that would significantly contribute towards a strengthened IOR-ARC cooperation. In this context, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia welcomes the Union of Comoros as a new member of IOR-ARC. Pursuant to Seychelles rejoining IOR-ARC last year, the new membership of Comoros is a manifest that the work undertaken by our association is gaining more recognition among the international community, and that there is an increasing interest towards IOR-ARC. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we should capitalize on the momentum and continue to intensify cooperation to realize the objectives and achieve the tangible targets of IOR-ARC. Finally, I wish to once again commend our host, India, for the excellent arrangements and for the efforts made to ensure the success of this very important meeting. I look forward to fruitful deliberations with my colleagues for the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I would now request His Excellency, our colleague from Australia, to preside for a while, and I will do some bilaterals if you will permit. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd now call on the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Mauritius, His Excellency Mr. Anand Priye Niwur.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Minister of External Affairs of India and Chairman of our conference, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, representatives of dialogue partners and observers, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me first of all, at the very outset, seize this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency, Mr. Salman Khurshid, for assuming his new important portfolio as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, External Affairs, actually, of Republic of India. We look forward to work closely with you, Excellency, and we are confident that you will continue to contribute in large measure in the years ahead for the achievement of our common objectives for the next decade. Of course, I would also join my colleagues to express my profound gratitude and thanks to the Government and Republic of India for the warm welcome and kind hospitality extended to our delegation here in this city of Gurgaon, which to me represents or characterizes the new India that we know of more and more now. I also say thank you to India first for providing this organization with much needed momentum through your dynamic leadership over the last 2 years as chairman, and secondly also for your generous contribution to the special fund, the intention of which has been to provide means so that we could undertake projects. Here I should also stop to mention the new dynamism that the new Secretary General has brought into the organization, and activities, enhanced activities pursued by the Secretariat and staff generally out there. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to address this distinguished group while we are reflecting on the theme IOR-ARC 15, a decade ahead. We take stock of the achievements of our organization and to reflect on the experiences and the challenges that lie ahead for all of us. I'm confident that we shall come up with constructive decisions for the future direction of our organization, and we shall prioritize our action toward this end. Here, speaking about dynamism, I have no doubt that under the new chairmanship of Australia, this dynamism will be pursued further. Now, let me tell you a little bit about this organization's importance. We put together in this organization the concept of South-South cooperation, about which we speak often but do little. Here, Africa, Rim countries, plus Asia, including Gulf and Pacific, we have come together. We know that India is the economic powerhouse. Asia is the economic powerhouse of today and tomorrow. We also know, and we have heard about it a number of times, that the new economic frontier is now Africa, after Asia. Here we have got the two continents coming together in an initiative to try to work out an agenda for cooperation. And it is quite opportune at this moment to deliberate on how we should deliver on that account. We all know that in our traditional markets there is a little slowdown. We wish it wasn't there, but it has happened. And when it happens, the impact of that we all bear. Our exports slow down as well, because people do not have all the means and security, financial security, to be able to buy. And those who rely on tourism are also affected because people undertake less travel. Now, that is, if anything, an indication of the fact that we should work together and work towards identifying new markets for us through cooperation where it matters. And we can do that. This is a big opportunity for us, and we should not fail to take full advantage of that. Mauritius, as a founding member of the organization, has always and will always provide the necessary support and assistance to the organization. Some of you surely recollect how we have worked our way together for the launching of the Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation in Mauritius on 7th March 1997. That was the first ministerial meeting held to concretize a concept that motivated 7 founding members to come together and reflect much ahead of time on the potential of the Indian Ocean Rim Association. Since then we have come a long way, and some of the important achievements of the IOR-ARC one can already think about is, we can mention some: the new charter adopted in 2010 in the wake of global changes, creation of fisheries support unit in 2010, targeting mutual cooperation on fisheries related activities, climate change, we are addressing together, blue economy concept, energy, food security. These are issues that we deal with. and over the last couple of days at senior officials level, we have reflected to some extent on all this. Of course, there is the special fund, but special fund by very name is special. We are grateful for the contributions that we have received in it, which enables us to move ahead, but there is need to look at the level of contribution, membership contribution, so that the contribution do not just suffice for administrative expenses, but also can take care of some projects, because it is not possible to always move forward and request for special fund contribution. With this, I thank you very much and assure you that Mauritius will continue to play an active part in this organization. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we appreciate those comments about the optimism for the future and the importance of the region in which we're working, coming from Mauritius as the host of the Secretariat. I now call upon Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Enrique Bunzi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished heads of delegations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me at the outset to convey my sincere gratitude for the invitation addressed to my country to participate in this important meeting of the Council of Ministers of the Indian Ocean Rim Intergovernmental Association for Regional Cooperation. Our deep appreciation goes to the people and government of the Republic of India on convening this meeting and for the warm welcome and generous hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Gurgaon. Mr. Chairman, I wish to congratulate you upon your election to preside of this meeting. We are confident that under your leadership, our deliberation will be crowned with success. On our side, we assure you, Mr. Chairman, our readiness to fully cooperate in the discharge of your responsibilities. Our particular recognition goes also to our senior officials, as well as to the General Secretariat of the IOR-ARC for the excellent preparatory work. I would also like to express our gratitude to the Secretary General of the IOR-ARC for his commitment to our organization. Mr. Chairman, the current session of the Council of Ministers takes place 15 years since the inauguration of the association in Mauritius in March 1997. It might therefore be appropriate for us to take stock of our achievements thus far, as well as to adjust the way we work wherever necessary to improve our capacity for the attainment of our objectives. In assessing the achievements of our organization, we must take into account the fact that we are a diverse group of countries with different levels of economic development and integrating, at times, different regional groupings. However, it is the Indian Ocean which sustains the maritime lifeline of over 50% of world trade that binds us together. Today, after 15 years of existence of the IOR-ARC, it is possible to make a positive assessment of the objectives that guided its founding fathers. In fact, IOR-ARC has established itself as a significant multilateral forum and won recognition both within the member states and the international level. The joining of Comoros and as full members and the United States of America as our dialogue partners gives substance to this recognition. Therefore, I wish to congratulate both the Comoros and the USA. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our solidarity to the United States of America for the negative impact of Sandy Storm and for the loss of lives it has caused. Mr. Chairman, this meeting constitutes an excellent opportunity to strengthen the ideas of IOR-ARC and to reinforce cooperation among our member states. This is the time to deepen our multilateral relations at all levels so that our association can become a powerful and dynamic force capable of contributing to peace and security, including maritime security and fight against piracy, and accelerate growth and development, enhancing cooperation in thematic areas such as tourism, fisheries, trade and investments, science and technology, and disaster management. The growing level of cooperation among member states, it is a clear indicator that the future of IOR-ARC is bright, and notwithstanding the challenges that it faces, through our joint efforts and common objectives, we will succeed in the search for the improvement of the standard of life of our peoples, as well as their aspiration for prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is witnessing unprecedented crisis with a tremendous negative impact on the economic growth, especially in least developed countries. The impact of recent economic and financial crisis, climate change and piracy poses challenges that requires us to rethink the strategic role of our association and find appropriate mechanisms to address these global challenges. Notwithstanding these challenges, some member states of our association have witnessed its rapid economic growth, and IOR-ARC should consider mechanisms to translate this increase in growth into more intra-regional cooperation aimed at benefiting all member states. We therefore welcome the study on trade and investment prospects of IOR-ARC in the new millennium, new economic frontier of the region. We believe that it will prompt the adoption of trade facilitation measures aimed at facilitating and boosting intra-IOR-ARC business and investment. In this context, we need more solidarity, particularly South-South, notwithstanding North-South and triangular cooperation among our countries with a view to promote sustainable development. Our organization should encourage these platforms of cooperation in order to enable a more favorable environment for public and private partnership in the development of infrastructure, capacity building, transfer of technology, and strengthening of small and medium enterprise that will lead to prosperity and sustainable development. Mozambique has registered an average annual growth of 7% over the past 10 years, and the developments arising from investments in the extraction and prospection of coal, gas, and other natural resources points to annual growth above 10% in the coming years. Improving the business environment remains a high challenge on our agenda. As an illustration of this positive trend, the government of Mozambique approved the last 5 years investment project estimated at over $20 billion US. These investments have contributed significantly in job creation. We invite, therefore, member states to take stock of these opportunities for furthering intra-IOR-ARC cooperation. Scaling up food security and nutrition is a challenge that Mozambique is committed to face for the tenant of Mozambican well-being, as well to contribute for other partners countries to achieve. That's why, in its chairmanship of Portuguese-speaking countries, for 2 years Mozambique will lead food security efforts. Thus, we see an important role being played by Indian Ocean and obviously by IOR-ARC. Therefore, I would like to thank the support and willingness expressed by the member states to join the implementation of the proposed projects by Mozambique on sustainable development of aquaculture security and poverty reduction in the artisanal fisheries. Let me conclude my remarks by reiterating the commitment of the government of the Republic of Mozambique to continue working closely with all member states of IOR-ARC and all international dialogue partners for the successful materialization of the objectives of our organization. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and you're right in pointing out the diversity of this region, and we appreciate your thoughts about the kind of cooperation we need to pursue our common objective. Can I now call upon the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Sultanate of Oman, His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Alawi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the outset, I would like to convey our thanks and gratitude to the government and people of India for their warm hospitality and for hosting this 12th meeting of the Council of Ministers and all other related meeting of the high officials and other officials. It is indeed a great opportunity to have this excellent meeting among ourselves in this beautiful city of Gurgaon. I would like also to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the Secretary General and his Secretariat and those friends of Indians who joined them to prepare for this meeting. Mr. Chairman, a lot has been achieved within our association since 1997 when we established our group. However, we believe 15 years has passed and we believe time has come for us to evaluate and review the achievement, the challenges and the obstacles. And also we think we should look for the future and propose ideas, of creative ideas that will further enhance the work of these associations. In this regard, we propose to establish a working group that will be entrusted with this task of review. In this review, we have some ideas to propose. First is we believe there are potential benefits for IOR-ARC member state, businesses, community to engage in transport and shipping related collaboration projects such as project attract investment as well as creating a huge market and job opportunities. We believe also to establish a regional Indian Ocean Rim transport agency in this regard. We believe also the fishing vessels operating under license in the Indian Ocean should register their licenses within the Secretariat of IOR-ARC. That will give us a position that we are working together and we are watching the fishing stock in the Indian Ocean waters. We believe also those who registered within the Secretariat has to pay some fees, and that will be generating more finance for our work. We further propose to carry an assessment study of the management of fish stock within the countries. Therefore, we, Oman, will make available $100,000 for the Secretariat to coordinate consultation among member states. Finally, I think this is an important issue. We need to look at it and find papers prepared for our coming meeting in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we certainly appreciate your ideas in relation to the transport industry and the fishing industry, and indeed Oman's hosting of the Fishery Support Unit and the work you're doing on fees. We really appreciate that. Can I now call upon the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Seychelles, His Excellency Mr. Jean-Paul Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to join others in congratulating our Chairman on his recent appointment as a Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the Indian government for their unsurpassed hospitality. And I think we should also salute the leadership of India to make the Indian Ocean a true space for peace and development. For us to be able to truly mobilize the potential of our oceans and mobilize the blue economy, no state can work alone, for the ocean is about shared resources. Seychelles and Mauritius have earlier this year become the first two countries to jointly agree and submit a proposal to the United Nations on the co-management of the extended continental shelf that connects our countries. While we could have spent years going back and forth with respective claims, the simple solution we agreed means that the peoples of our two countries can benefit much sooner. We are sharing benefits and we are sharing responsibility. And we believe this is one of the core tenets of IOR-ARC. IOR-ARC offers us the ideal platform to share our experiences and best practices across this shared space. In this 15th year of existence, the need to enhance this connectivity is stronger than ever. Seychelles currently chairs the Indian Ocean Commission, and we believe there is a lot of scope for partnership between the IOC and IOR-ARC, and we believe that this is an ideal time to further institutionalize this partnership, perhaps through establishment of mutual observer status, as well as an MOU on potential areas of mutual intervention. I take this opportunity to welcome our neighbors of Comoros, whose accession will further strengthen our efforts to promote connectivity. Mr. Chairman, we also express our solidarity with Madagascar, and we urge all partners to support as much as possible the preparations for the elections next year. Mr. Chairman, thanks to the determined and coordinated efforts of many nations here today, there has been a substantial decrease in piracy attacks in the Indian Ocean. In fact, for the first quarter of this year, there have been 56% less successful attacks than during the same period last year. But we cannot afford any form of complacency, because all nations represented here today still have too many sons and brothers being held hostage. And because every time our fishermen are at sea, we still worry that they may not come home. We are all paying too much because of piracy. Even as the number of attacks goes down, we still pay unaffordable insurance premiums. It simply costs us too much to trade freely with each other because of piracy. I would like to inform that Seychelles is in the process of establishing a regional anti-piracy intelligence center to better target the financiers of piracy. We believe that we can build on this initiative with the cooperation of IOR-ARC to ensure that we can truly implement justice in our region and put an end to impunity. Mr. Chairman, a safer ocean means that fisheries and tourism, which are undeniably linked to the security of our ocean, can flourish within the region. A sustainable fisheries industry means that we must plan our fisheries based on a view of the whole Indian Ocean and not just the part which we happen to control. There is a lot of scope to facilitate the sharing of best practices along these lines within our organizations, as well as empowering coastal states to improve their access to their own fisheries resources. We welcome the contribution made by Oman that has just been announced. As an island nation, the ocean is also our highway. The vast majority of our imports come by sea. In this era of escalating commodity prices, we strongly support the enhancement of regionally based shipping networks. By facilitating maritime trade routes, we will create new opportunities for growth and exchanges in our region. Mr. Chairman, we believe that IOR can also be a catalyst for connecting SMEs of our region. As a small country, our experience has shown us that investment is not and should not be the preserve of multinationals. In IOR-ARC, we can produce the right environment to facilitate SMEs to invest in each other across borders, even on a small scale, and multiply possibilities for value addition. Mr. Chairman, the principles of the blue economy imply that we are able to accelerate economic growth while preserving our environment for future generations. I certainly am convinced that through IOR-ARC we have the right advocate for the blue economy in our region and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it's great to hear the work that you're doing in ocean management with Mauritius, and we very much admire what you've done in relation to combating piracy. Can I now call upon the Senior Minister of State for Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Singapore, His Excellency Mr. Masagos Zulkifli bin Masagos Mohammed.
Thank you, Chairman. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Singapore delegation, let me express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Government of India for the warm hospitality and impeccable arrangements. In particular, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Shri Salman Khurshid on his appointment as Minister of External Affairs, and let me also welcome Comoros to the IOR-ARC family. The venue for this year's Council of Ministers meeting, Gurgaon, is symbolically important. 20 years ago, many parts of Gurgaon was undeveloped. Driving through the city yesterday, I was indeed impressed by its development, seeing so many shopping malls, office blocks and condominiums. Gurgaon's transformation certainly bears testimony to India's growth story. And there are, of course, many other countries along the Indian Ocean rim that have seen impressive growth and development over the past decade. Our economic links are robust. According to the Indian Council of World Affairs, the value of intra-regional trade between IOR-ARC member countries were estimated to be worth $770 billion in 2010. At the same time, we must be mindful of the dark clouds looming in our horizon. I'm referring to the persistent global economic uncertainties that threaten to derail the path of growth for many developed and developing countries alike. The IMF has already forecasted that global GDP will grow at only 3.3%, down from 4.3% in 2011. Ultimately, all our economies will be affected in one way or another by this global slowdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, for countries straddling the Indian Ocean, there exists an alphabet soup of regional forums that include APEC, BIMSTEC, ASEAN, EAS, GCC, EAC, AMET, and the COI, if I have not missed anyone. But I'm sure, in fact, I'm not so sure that many may have heard of IOR-ARC. Indeed, it's a pity that IOR-ARC is not so well known because it has made many positive contributions to this vast region which we all live and work. Since its founding in 1997, IOR-ARC has brought together officials, academics, and businessmen from Africa, Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia together. Seen in this context, the IOR-ARC process is a continuing journey to strengthen our historical and civilizational links and an important framework to foster closer regional cooperation in times of prosperity and adversity. I wish therefore to pay tribute to the many unsung heroes in the IOR-ARC Secretariat who have worked hard to organize the various meetings and workshops. Just last month I had the pleasure of meeting Secretary General Ambassador Bhagirat in Singapore, and I assured him of Singapore's commitment to IOR-ARC. We had a fruitful discussion on the various proposals drawn by the Secretariat in line with the 6 key areas of interest that was decided by the Council of Ministers in last year's meeting. I'm happy to inform the Council of Ministers that Singapore will be organizing courses on academic, cooperation, trade and investment facilitation and disaster risk reduction for IOR-ARC member states in 2013 under our Singapore Cooperation Programme or SCP. These courses are in addition to the wide spectrum of courses we have conducted over the years. Since our SCP started in 1992, it's noteworthy that 15,600 participants from IOR-ARC countries have participated in various courses. Allow me to reiterate one point again. We cannot afford to take economic growth for granted, and as countries located in the vast Indian Ocean rim, we share a common and equal responsibility to help each other grow and thrive in an increasingly competitive, challenging and uncertain environment. I hope the Council of Ministers will bear this goal in mind and look forward to meaningful exchange of views and opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we appreciate your thoughts about the economic challenges facing the region and the commitment of Singapore to IOR-ARC, and particularly through the really wonderful courses that you do provide to people in the region. And your observation about the alphabet soup is right, and I think there have been discussions about how we might simplify that in the future. Anyway, I might call on now the Deputy Minister from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Ismail Ibrahim.
Mr. Chairman, can I beg your indulgence? Deputy Minister Ibrahim is in a bilateral. He's just arriving now. If we can just give him a minute. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, and on behalf of my delegation, may I take this opportunity to warmly thank the Government of India for its generous hospitality and excellent arrangement put in place for the hosting of this meeting. Minister Kona Mashabana expresses her deep regret in not being able to attend today's meeting, but asks that I kindly convey her warmest wishes to Your Excellencies present here today. We are also pleased to extend our congratulations to the Union of Comoros in joining the IOR-ARC as its 20th member state. Excellencies, South Africa is committed to continue to work with the Chair and Vice Chair as well as the other member states of the IOR-ARC in our quest to strengthen our organization in order that it may continue to even more effectively address issues that affect the lives of millions of people in our region. It is interesting to note that the theme of this year's Council is IOR-ARC 15 years old and decades ahead. I think we can all agree that the changing geopolitical and geostrategic environment of the past 15 years has catapulted the Indian Ocean region back into prominent position it held many centuries ago. Since the launch of the IOR-ARC, the world continues to experience major challenges such as the worldwide financial crisis. However, there is also a paradigm shift in the balance of global economic power with the emergence of new global players and drivers of change. Moreover, many of us are faced with challenges associated with climate change, food and water security, and energy security, underpinned by rising oil prices. There is also the scourge of piracy that impact on the safety of people living in and traversing through the region. This scourge also negatively impacts on trade and investment flows into the region. These challenges underscore the need to constantly build and strengthen our common development efforts to ensure prosperity and progress for all our people. The scope of the IOR-ARC has expanded over the 15 years of its existence. Members today cooperate across a vast spectrum of socio-economic issues, encompassing almost all of our people's day-to-day activities. This association also remains committed to increase regional trade within the IOR-ARC region that, if pursued properly and equitably and with the support of our various private sectors, offer the prospect of strong economic growth. In order to demonstrate our continued support and commitment to the IOR-ARC program and activities, I am pleased to announce that South Africa has agreed to the secondment of Mr. Graham Anderson as a director to the Secretariat for the period of 4 years, with effect from 1st September 2012. Mr. Anderson replaces the previous director, also from South Africa, Mr. Vish Badal. Excellencies, as we explore the way forward for IOR-ARC, we all recognize Africa's natural geostrategic location, being positioned between the Indian and the Atlantic Oceans. Africa has the potential to provide the impetus for new geo-economic emergence in the emerging New World Order. In this regard, South Africa supports the proposal for the IOR-ARC to consider observer status at the African Union. Chairperson, I believe that the various reports that will be presented to us today will contain positive suggestions on the way forward. May I therefore take this opportunity of thanking the committee of senior officials for the recommendation emanating from both yesterday's CSO meeting as well as the biannual meeting that took place earlier this year in Mauritius. Excellency, in concluding, let us all come together and work for a better future to secure our beloved planet, including its rich resources such as the Indian Ocean, in the interest of humankind and also for our future generation. I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we appreciate your observations about the growing cooperation amongst the IOR-ARC countries and also your very generous secondment of Mr Anderson to the Secretariat of IOR-ARC, which is greatly appreciated, and we very much welcome your cricketers to Australia's shores at the moment, and we wish them a very pleasant stay in Australia, although not too pleasant. Could I now introduce the Minister of External Affairs of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Professor Gamini Pierce.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, may I begin by thanking the Government of India very warmly for the excellent arrangements which have been made for this meeting. His Excellency Salman Khurshid, who has just assumed office as the Minister of External Affairs of India, made the comment earlier this morning that he would like to emphasize the aspect of tangible benefits arising from IOR-ARC for the people of the 20 countries that belong to this organization. I think that is a very important remark which we should adopt as a point of departure. In any organization, Mr. Chairman, it is natural that the first few years are spent conceptualizing, identifying value systems which should underpin the work that is undertaken. But the Secretary General, in his remarks today, said very rightly that IOR-ARC has today come of age. In that situation, Chair, it is the view of the Government of Sri Lanka that it is necessary at this point in the development of our organization to identify specifically projects which will entail substantial benefits to the people of our region. In that context, we welcome the initiative that was taken exactly 1 year ago in Bengaluru, India, to prioritize. On that occasion, 6 different fields were identified as requiring particular attention. Areas like disaster management, maritime security, academic cooperation, trade and investment, and so on. And I think the contemporary challenge for us within the framework of those priorities is to identify specific projects. For example, the Minister of External Affairs of India told us this morning that India is planning to host a conference next year on piracy. I think that would be a very appropriate occasion to examine some of the lacunae in the present system with regard to undertaking prosecutions, with regard to a tribunal invested with effective jurisdiction, the mechanisms that are available today in international law to follow the fruits of crime. All of this needs attention. I think it's also necessary to think about the strengths of particular countries to make contributions in these different fields to the work that is being done by IOR-ARC. For example, Oman is taking the leadership with regard to fisheries and transport, including shipping, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has undertaken very valuable work with regard to technology transfer. I think, Mr. Chairman, we also need to recognize that different countries within this organization, the 20 countries, are disparate in several respects, and we should not try to achieve total uniformity, but we must identify projects which are of particular relevance to different regions. And it is in that setting that Sri Lanka is very happy about the initiative taken by the Seychelles and Mauritius to conclude an economic zone agreement which has been registered with the United Nations. This year, on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, there was a very productive meeting of small states, in respect of which the Republic of Singapore took the lead. And that kind of initiative, I think, will impart particular richness and pragmatism to the work of IOR-ARC. I think we also need to remember that this must not be seen as an organization which concentrates solely and exclusively on relations between governments. People-to-people contact is equally important, and in that regard, the work of the business community is of very special importance. We are very happy about India and Australia giving leadership to this organization, and they have the firm assurance of the government of Sri Lanka that we look forward to working very actively and purposefully with you. Finally, Chair, I would like to say that Sri Lanka is today emerging from the shadow of a painful and protracted conflict which spanned the period of 3 decades. And today we are looking at accelerating our economy. The blue economy is of particular importance to us as an island nation. And in those circumstances, you can rest assured that Sri Lanka is fully committed to the work of your organization. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and can I assure you the world is very excited in watching Sri Lanka's emergence from conflict, and we really appreciate your comments today, and particularly the idea that tangible results should be the departure point for all our work. Can I now introduce the Minister of Industry and Trade of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Mr. Abdallah Amari Kugoda.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I would like to express my profound gratitude and sincere appreciation through you to Honorable Minister Khurshid, to the people and government of the Republic of India for the warm reception and generous hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival here. Tanzania has high hopes of strong cooperation with India, given the recent appointment of Mr. Khurshid as Minister for Foreign Affairs, and wish this 12th Council meeting fruitful deliberations. Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank the Republic of India, the Chair, for hosting this meeting and its continued determined efforts aimed at realizing the objective of this august body. We also congratulate the Government of Australia, the Vice Chair, for working together with the Chair in providing leadership and moving the Association's development agenda. Tanzania appreciates the good work by the Secretariat under the able stewardship of the Secretary General, Ambassador Bagirat. We thank him for his exemplary work of strengthening the Secretariat and coordinating Member States' projects and programs. Lastly, we thank the Committee of Senior Officials and relevant working groups and forums for a job well done in producing the report that will be tabled before us for discussion this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I need not belabor on the relevance of the Indian Ocean Rim Association to its member states as well as the world at large. Despite the challenges that we face, it is my firm conviction that together we can overcome them if we concentrate our energies and efforts to effectively moving our objectives and agenda forward. Since the establishment of our association, tremendous progress has been registered in the implementation of various decisions and recommendations in the areas of business forum, trade and investment, and academic affairs. However, we need to speed up implementation of identified projects by member states by moving away from slow processes. Mr. Chairman, Tanzania is happy to note that a sister nation, Comoro, has applied for membership to our association. Undoubtedly, no sovereign state today can live in isolation given the dictates of global concerns. We therefore commend Comoro's decision to join this august body and its readiness to cooperate with us for mutual benefits. We look forward to working closely with the Union of Comoros. Mr. Chairman, Tanzania would like to thank all member states of this association for recommending further action on the proposal by Mozambique on sustainable aquaculture and artisanal fisheries. Likewise, we thank all member states who have shown interest in our concept note regarding enablement of Tanzania nationals to access the EEZ fishery. Indeed, the cry by Tanzania is a common factor of all the Eastern African member states of this association. In this case, if the capacity of fisheries is enhanced as requested, firstly, it will propel the cardinal agenda of poverty reduction through employment creation and income generation for our people. And secondly, they will increasingly access fishery resources of our EEZ, which are by license now wholly and exclusively exploited by distant water fishing nations. I therefore request member states to accept this concept note to be developed to a fully fledged project. At this juncture, I would like to thank the Sultanate of Oman for their readiness to provide technical support in this area, including development of a bankable project. May I also thank the Sultanate of Oman for the resolve to sponsor a workshop on sea cucumber farming scheduled to take place in Zanzibar in the near future. At its 11th Council meeting, Mr. Chairman, held in Bangalore in November 2012, this Council approved 6 priority areas of cooperation, namely fisheries management, maritime safety and security, trade and investment facilitation, disaster risk reduction, science and technology, tourism promotion, and cultural exchanges. I therefore urge the distinguished member states to make the best use of the approved priorities for the economic development of our nations. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to state that the United Republic of Tanzania stands firm in its commitment to closely cooperate with the Chair, the Secretariat, member states, as well as other relevant stakeholders of the IOR-ARC in our joint efforts to achieve sustainable economic growth and development of the Indian Ocean Rim. I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and you're right to exhort us to move away from slow processes, and we certainly thank you for the presentation of your concept note on agriculture and fisheries. Can I now call on the Secretary to the Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Navan Boonset.
Mr. Chairman, Excellency, distinguished delegate. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Salman Khurshid for your new position as the Minister of External Affairs of India, and wish you all the best in your important role. May I first begin by joining my colleagues in expressing my gratitude to the Government of the Republic of India for excellent arrangement and the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. My special thanks also go to the IOR-ARC Secretariat for their hard work in support our association. Excellency, IOR-ARC is a unique Pan-India Ocean Regional Forum. Thailand believes that the rich diversity of the membership and the complementarity of our strength are an asset that would help us reach our common goal and aspiration. We welcome and commend India and Australia leading role in realizing IOR-ARC cooperation to further enhance our cooperation. There is need to strengthen and complement the IOR-ARC Special Fund. In this regard, Thai sees a role of dialogue partner. Meaningful interaction with them should be promoted to enhance regional capacity building. Dialogue partner could support our project to provision of external source of funding and expertise. More focused, prioritized, and action-oriented approach is required to make our cooperation more concrete and relevant to our needs. There are some key priority areas for the cooperation that I would like to share with you. First, since enhanced regional connectivity play a vital part in our region economy and social development. Thailand fully supports the development of port and harbor infrastructure to facilitate the greater flow of goods and services in the region. Perhaps we could explore the possibility of upgrading specific aspects of shipping infrastructure and logistics chain in IOR-ARC regional. Second, on marine security, combating piracy and robbery that sea request greater cooperation. IOR-ARC has a crucial role to play in bringing a regional perspective to the security of fishing lane. The third, the IOR-ARC Fishery Support Unit in Oman can be an effective mechanism is supporting the fishery-related activity, include the tracking of illegal fishing. On the protecting the marine environment, it is necessary to increase our cooperation for the protection of the region marine resource with a view of promoting sustainable and responsible fishery management as well as fishery industry development in the region. The fourth, on trade and investment, greater participation in trade fair, exhibition, business activity will help increase trade and investments among us. It is essential that we promote exchange for information related to the trade and custom regulation to a series of workshops and conference for facilitate favorite business and investment environment among the IOR-ARC countries. I also support the idea for having a dialogue between IOR-ARC minister and the business sector to ensure that we hear about innovation and change in rule and regulation that can facilitate business activity. At the same time, business can hear some of our view on issues like CSR and sustainable development. Furthermore, we should focus on enhancing private sector competitiveness. Thailand would like to draw attention to the importance of building capacity for SMEs. This is not only need for them to better meet goal challenge, but also to ensure that with globalization, the gap within economy does not go wider. In other words, we should go inclusively. Lastly, given the rising deaths of natural disaster in this region, it is necessary to closely coordinate and expedite our effort on this matter. Networking for the regional center should be sustained to promote greater effectiveness in responding to natural disaster. Excellency, as an active and responsible member of the international community, Thailand is committed to playing a constructive role in the IOR-ARC. On behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand, I would like to express our willingness to work with all member states and dialogue partners in order to accomplish our common goal, the sustainable development and share prosperity of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and certainly shipping infrastructure, piracy, fisheries and trade and investment are very important areas of cooperation for IOR-ARC. Can I now call on the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Dr. Anwar Mohammed Gargash.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I begin by congratulations to His Excellency Salman Khurshid on his new post as Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India. Furthermore, on behalf of the UAE delegation, I extend to the Government of India our sincere thanks for the exceptional arrangements and warm hospitality extended to us since our arrival. Also, let me, Your Excellency, pay tribute to India's chairmanship and the Association Secretariat. Mr. Chairman, as we reflect upon our experience in the past 15 years of this association, we believe with confidence that the areas of priority that have been identified at the 11th conference are valid and deserve our attention and further cooperation. Whether it be in maritime safety and security, trade and investment, fisheries management, disaster risk reduction, academia, or tourism and cultural exchange. We need to show our will and determination to bring about tangible results. There is a long way ahead to travel, and the work of our association need to be energized in order to achieve our shared objectives. Mr. Chairman, maritime safety and security in the Indian Ocean Rim is of great importance to us. We would like to see closer cooperation and concerted action among member states for combating piracy and providing solid legal and operational infrastructure to address this threat. We need to do more to help in building capacity in the concerned littoral countries and to bring together all stakeholders, including the private sector, to achieve meaningful progress. In pursuit of this goal, the UAE has convened this year a conference on combating piracy for the second time and contributed generously to the UN Special Fund. We will continue our efforts in this path, and in this context, helping Somalia to achieve a sustainable and successful political process is of paramount importance. In the field of trade, investment and economic cooperation, we believe that it is imperative to capitalize on the factors of economic growth experienced in some of our economies, especially in Asia, and to focus on preventing financial crisis in other regions of the world affecting us in this region. Solving problems and removing hurdles from the path of free movement of trade and investment would pave the way for further trade investment, economic cooperation among member countries. The UAE is offering a good opportunity for meaningful dialogue on sustainable development through the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Week, which takes place between the 13th to the 17th of January 2013. It will be a unique venue for engaging partners and stakeholders in an open discussion on best ways to address challenges of economic, environmental and societal development. Furthermore, the United Arab Emirates, in partnership with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, offers to host the first Renewable Energy Forum of the Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation in Abu Dhabi during 2013. We believe that this offer of a high-level forum will provide an opportunity for government officials, policymakers and project developers to showcase both investment opportunities in their markets and targeted government interventions to establish supportive and sustainable frameworks for renewable energy towards meeting their energy requirements. We will liaise with the Secretariat on the details of this proposal. Mr. Chairman, it goes without saying that enhancing cultural exchange and tourism among member states would contribute to the most needed cultural understanding and tolerance. And at the time when the world around us is witnessing rising cultural and religious tension, it is high time to make use of our rich history of living together in peace and cooperation in a multicultural and multi-religious societies on the rim of the Indian Ocean. The UAE, in this in this spirit, the UAE is bidding to host the World Expo 2020 at Dubai and presenting the theme, Connecting Minds, Creating the Future. In doing so, the UAE is presenting itself as an experience in being a catalyst and facilitator for partnerships that remove barriers to sustainable economic development and reach out for bridging geographical, cultural, and generational divides. Mr. Chairman, the UAE furthermore would like to announce a contribution of $500,000 to the Association's special fund. We believe in this mechanism and feel it will further enable our association and increase its effectiveness and reach. Mr. Chairman, we welcome greater involvement and exchange with our dialogue partners. We as well welcome the membership of the Comoros into this association and the United States of America's request for a status of a dialogue partner. We think that this presence will bring in an added value to our endeavors. Let me conclude, Your Excellency, by paying tribute again to the efforts of our Secretary General and the Secretariat for enhancing and energizing the work of the Association. As I mentioned, there's still a lot more to do. This is an organization with huge potential, and I think we should invest more time and effort in it. We're confident, Your Excellency, that the wise guidance, the collective wise guidance of the countries seated here will see to that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those words, and we very much appreciate the commitment to the special fund and the Renewable Energy Forum. I think it sounds very exciting, and I know the countries of the region really appreciate the work that you do in building capacity on sustainable development. Can I now ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Yemen to present to us His Excellency Dr. Abu Bakr al-Kirbi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot start my intervention without first congratulating His Excellency Mr. Salman Khurshid for his appointment as a Foreign Minister of his great country, India. And we look forward to work with him to promote the bilateral relation between our two countries. I express our deep appreciation to the government and the people of India for the warm hospitality and excellent preparation for our meeting in this beautiful setting. I also thank the Secretariat and the senior officials for their hard work in preparing for our meeting. I would like also to welcome the new membership of the Union of the Comoros, and I'm sure it will be play a significant contribution to our organization. We are encouraged by the U.S. membership of the dialogue partners, and I hope it reflects that the United States of America has realized the importance of this organization and will provide it with its tacit support. As far as India is concerned, I commend the Republic of India for sharing the IOR-ARC last year, a period in which the association witnessed significant progress. I am sure we are all encouraged by this progress which was made by our organization, although there is more work to be done to make it an active forum for greater economic, technical cooperation by governments and private sector, as well as exchange of expertise between our countries. The more we focus on this form of cooperation and less on politics, the more likely we are to achieve our goals and create stronger bonds between our countries. There is no doubt that our organization's success will depend on its leadership, innovative thinking and programs, as well as adequate budgets. And this needs the commitment to our organization by all its members, and especially by those with abundant resources. Our success will lead to the protection and better utilization of Indian Ocean resources. One subject that needs to be remembered in this meeting is the plight of poor fishermen as a result of our concern for maritime security. Thousands of fishermen in Yemen have their source of subsistence by lost by abandoning their fishing for fear of being targeted by naval ships, for fear of being pirates' boats. This has resulted in the loss of several lives and over $200 million in revenues for the government of Yemen. I hope our organization would look at ways to deal with this and make the countries which inflict such damage held accountable for it. Yemen has actually shouldered a lot of responsibility in protecting the maritime routes in the Gulf of Aden, in spite of its very limited resources. And we have a center for coordinating the anti-piracy efforts in the Gulf of Aden and the Arab Sea. Soon we are calling for a coordinating meeting of the countries in order to enhance our capabilities in confronting the blight of piracy. Excellencies, further to our constructive participation of our dialogue partners in our meeting, I think it is a clear demonstration, but unfortunately we do not see a very significant contribution by our partners to support our organization. And I think it is time now for them to realize that this organization, with its membership of countries and the commitment of its member countries, deserves more support from, especially to the Special Fund. Yemen will continue to work with the Secretariat and with the organization, and we hope that in the coming years we will see some greater support for Yemen in the area of the fisheries by the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and we very much hear your comments in relation to Yemen's fisheries. And can I just put on record our thanks for the contribution that you've made to this Troika, and also to say how admiring we are of the way in which you're working through the very difficult transition in Yemen, and we look very much to continue to support you in that. We are closing in on 12:30, which I think was the original time for lunch, but the intention is to conclude the open session before we do go to lunch, so we're going to push through and hopefully get through this by about 1 o'clock. So we've now heard from the statements of all the member states of IOR-ARC, and I'm now going to invite the heads of delegations of dialogue partners and observers to make their statements. So with that, can I invite the first leader of the delegation of China, Ambassador Liu Xiaoye, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor for me to attend the 12th meeting of the Council of Ministers of the Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation on behalf of the Chinese government. Let me extend warm congratulations on the 15th anniversary of the IOR-ARC and to the Union of Comoros for its joining to the organization. I'd also like to convey our sincere gratitude to the Indian government and the Coordination Secretariat of the Association for their hard work for this meeting and warm hospitality to all the delegates. The 15 years of the IOR-ARC's evolution has demonstrated the strong aspirations of the Indian Ocean Rim countries to seek development through unity and prosperity through cooperation. Since its establishment in 1997, the IOR-ARC as the sole economic cooperation organization of the region has been steadily promoting institutional building, actively pushing forward the cooperation between the member states in trade and investment liberalization,
science and technology, culture, infrastructure, and other fields, and continuously strengthening coordination and cooperation between its member states in international and regional affairs. It has become a stabilizer for peace and security and a boost for prosperity and development in the Indian Ocean Rim region. Today, the underlying impact of the international financial crisis continues to haunt us. Countries are experiencing economic slowdown, and the downward risks in the global economy are not to be underestimated. At the same time, intertwining conventional and non-conventional security factors and persisting hotspot issues are bringing new challenges to world peace and development. With an important geographic location and distinctive advantages in resources, market, and culture, the Indian Ocean Rim region enjoys a rising position and a bigger role in the international arena. The members and the dialogue partners of the IOR-ARC should make full use of the effective platform provided by the association to actively cope with various security challenges, enhance economic and trade cooperation, resolutely oppose protectionism in all its forms with concrete action, upgrade trade and investment facilitation, build a more open and free regional trading system, and contribute more to peace and prosperity of the region and the early and steady recovery of the world economy. Ladies and gentlemen, since becoming a dialogue partner of the IOR-ARC in January 2000, China has enjoyed growing friendly relations with the association and its members. In recent years, trade between China and IOR-ARC members has shown a dynamic momentum. In 2009, 2010, and 2011, the two-way trade accounted for 15.7%, 16.4%, and 17.3% respectively of China's total foreign trade, and reached $633 billion in 2011, registering a year-on-year growth of 30%. China is having FTA talks with many IOR-ARC members, which will further contribute to a more open and liberal regional trading system. In the field of science and technology, China is seeking cooperation with IOR-ARC members in fields such as desalination of brackish seawater and wastewater treatment through the IOR-ARC Center for Science and Technology Transfer. Besides, China has sent 12 naval fleets to the waters of the Somali coast on escort missions and carried out cooperation with some IOR-ARC members in fighting piracy in order to safeguard the security of the shipping lanes in the Indian Ocean. China respects the purposes of the IOR-ARC, supports its goals and seeks priorities in cooperation, and is ready to work with its members and other dialogue partners to further strengthen communication and cooperation in different fields. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce on behalf of the Chinese government that the Chinese side has decided to contribute another $100,000 to the IOR-ARC on the occasion of its 15th anniversary as a way to express our support to the association and sincere wish to deepen mutually beneficial cooperation with the association and its members. We hope this contribution will facilitate the development of the association and the smooth implementation of its cooperation projects. To conclude, I wish the 12th Council of Ministers meeting a complete success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, and your comments about trade were spot on. And I know that the support that China provides the region is greatly appreciated, as is the commitment that you've just announced to IOR-ARC. Can I now call on the leader of the delegation of Egypt, Ambassador Mr. Khaled El-Bakli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to start by congratulating His Excellency Mr. Salman Khurshid on the assumption of his responsibilities as Minister of External Affairs of India. Excellencies, I wish also to convey the regards of His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Kamal Amr, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, and his best wishes for this meeting to bring about conclusions responding to the aspirations of the peoples of the Association. Mr. Chairman, after the revolution of January 2011 in Egypt, and in the first review of its foreign policy, Egypt has decided to give considerate attention to its roots in Africa and Asia through intensified cooperation in all fields. Our relations with the Indian Ocean Rim countries are not only emanating from the principles of national security diktats, but are also physically bound with geography, where the Red Sea and the Suez Canal at its end are among the most important water passages and which connects the Indian Ocean with the Mediterranean waters. Egypt also enjoys strong bilateral ties of trade, culture and others with almost all members of the association. Egypt believes that regional and sub-regional cooperation are cornerstones in enhancing multilateralism and multilateral cooperation as means for achieving our goals of peace, security and development. Mr. Chairman, we understand that the Charter of the Association stipulates that agreements on core areas of cooperation are limited to members of this association. But we also believe and invite member countries of the association to consider expanding agreements of trade liberalization and transfer of technology, as well as the flow of investments to and with the dialogue partners, as it will have a positive impact on peace, security and development in the wider Indian Ocean. Member countries of the association and their dialogue partners have a lot to share of best practices and lessons learned in different fields. Egypt stands ready and pledges its support to cooperate with the members of the association in the fields of food security, tourism, science and technology, education, and the early warning mechanism for disasters and disaster preparedness and management. Mr. Chairman, Egypt participates actively in the working group at the United Nations to combat piracy as a phenomenon that threatens the safe passage of vessels off the coast of Somalia. Hence, Egypt welcomes all efforts aiming at providing safer navigation, including through the exchange of information and data with the members of the association, as well as dealing with the root causes of the problem. And we stand ready to be part of any arrangement to achieve this goal that has a direct impact on our national interests. Egypt stresses the growing importance of international efforts to deal with the phenomena of piracy, highlighting the close links between the security of the Indian Ocean and the sea lanes associated with it, especially the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, thus underlining the necessity of including Egypt in any arrangement within the IOR-ARC regarding maritime security. Egypt would like to seize the opportunity to stress upon the importance of promoting investments within the association, taking into consideration the immense contribution of the association in global trade in order to create common ground for regional economic cooperation, which will be reflected in promoting the sustained economic growth and the sustainable development of the association. Egypt looks forward to a stronger dialogue between members and the dialogue partners of the association in a better format to be worked out by the working group on the reform of the association and its charter. And here I wish to congratulate the Comoros for becoming a new member and the United States as a new dialogue partner of the association. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I wish to extend our appreciation to the Secretary General of the organization for his efforts over the last year since his election, and we are all hopes that together we will provide the needed impetus for a better cooperation with the association under the current leadership of India and the upcoming leadership of Australia. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and we very much appreciate the interest that you show in IOR-ARC, particularly given that in many ways Egypt is the gateway to the Indian Ocean, and we very much appreciate the comments that you've made in relation to maritime security. Could I now call on the leader of the delegation of France, the Deputy President of Réunion, Mr. Frédéric Laday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, I would like to thank the Government of India for the invitation, its warm welcome, and for the excellent organization of this Council of Ministers, which France is very pleased to attend. France is willing and ready to work with the IOR-ARC and all the members of this important association. Also, France's mainland is unquestionably located in Western Europe. We are also unquestionably an Indian Ocean Rim state. As a matter of fact, two French departments, namely La Réunion Island and the island of Mayotte, are in the Indian Ocean. Over 1.1 million of our citizens call those islands home, and their challenges and opportunities are overwhelmingly the same as those of their neighboring countries. In that regard, our government strives to facilitate and encourage the cooperation of La Réunion Island and the island of Mayotte with their Indian Ocean neighbors, as well as their progressive integration in the region in order to meet our common challenges and to achieve better benefits for the people in this area. It is for that reason that the French territories, La Réunion Island and the island of Mayotte, have been granted specific powers to develop international relations with neighboring states. La Réunion is playing a very active role promoting and developing regional cooperation in many areas, including health and science, biotechnology, climate change, fishery resources management, the development of ocean-based technologies for renewable energies, tourism and ICT. I am very honored that our government has appointed me as Vice President of the Regional Council of La Réunion to lead the French delegation once again to this Assembly. The progressive integration of La Réunion and Mayotte in their local environment is high on France's agenda. We have, over the years, developed mutually fruitful relations with not only nearby countries, including Madagascar, Mauritius, the Comoros, Seychelles, South Africa and Mozambique, but also with other member states of IOR, in particular India and Australia. Excellencies, the Indian Ocean is facing important challenges which will define our common future, including the protection of biodiversity, preventing and fighting maritime piracy, as well as maritime pollution, fisheries management, and natural disaster preparedness and response. The Indian Ocean has traditionally not benefited from much consideration and recognition. The creation of this IOR-ARC was the right response to that situation, and we are very confident that this organization will develop its full potential in the next few years. We are also very committed to work together for that purpose. Therefore, as France is also an Indian Ocean Rim state, we would like to see our current status of dialogue partner enhanced to that of an associated member. On this point, I would like to emphasize that France is fully committed and prepared to take on that responsibility, especially France, since France already plays an important role in some vital issues in the Indian Ocean. For example, France is contributing in securing commercial navigation in two ways: through its participation in the European Union Naval Force of the coast of Somalia, also known as the Atalanta operation, and through its own Navy patrol in the south and the Indian Ocean. Furthermore, France is an effective member of the Indian Ocean Commission. For all these reasons, we are looking forward to working closely with the IOR-ARC and its chair in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it is very good to see France's encouragement of Réunion and Maya to be deeply engaged with the region of which you are most definitely a part, and we very much appreciate your presence here today. Can I now call on the leader of the delegation of Japan, Tamaki Tsukada.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, Minister Tsukada is absent today, but instead my name is Nishitani from Embassy of Japan. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Excellencies and partners, and also it's very appreciated for the arrangement and hospitality of India for this occasion. This time we have no particular statement to announce, but it was very great opportunity to be shared the membership countries' observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I very much know that there is a great appreciation of Japan's engagement and support in the Indian Ocean region. Can I now call on the final member of the Dialogue Partners and Observers, the leader of the delegation from the UK, the Deputy High Commissioner to India, Julian Evans.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the Government of India for inviting us to be here today. I might also add our congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Salman Khurshid on his appointment to the post of Minister of External Affairs. And since you, Chair, have mentioned cricket, may I express the hope and indeed my conviction that our team will indeed have a very pleasant stay on Indian shores in the next few weeks. I'm also conscious that I'm one of the last speakers separating our delegates from lunch, so I will attempt to be brief. The United Kingdom is proud to be a dialogue partner in the Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation. The British Indian Ocean Territories remain an important reason for UK interest in the workings of the association, as does the trade and security partnerships that the UK has with members of the association. A strong and cooperative Indian Ocean community is in all our interests. The UK supports the association taking incremental and practical steps towards greater regional cooperation based on shared values and norms. India's chairmanship has given purpose and direction to the association. The UK supports the 6 priority areas of cooperation identified at the previous conference in Bengaluru, and we are confident that Australia will continue this good work in identifying the areas where cooperation can take advantage of the opportunities and also address the challenges. One such challenge is piracy. We are working closely with partners in the region, whether that be through our bilateral support to the Seychelles in tackling the symptoms of piracy, where I know that India is also closely involved, or through our support to UN agencies delivering on the ground in Somalia to help tackle the root causes of piracy. We continue to take a leading role in international efforts, including through the contact group on piracy off the coast of Somalia, which has over 65 participating nations and more than 25 international organizations represented, many of whom are also members of the IOR-ARC. This collaborative approach has produced results. The reduction in pirate activity that we have witnessed in the last 12 months, and which other distinguished speakers have mentioned, is a testament to the enduring commitment of the international community to tackle piracy and its causes head-on. We recognize that the work of the international community has been effective because it has been coordinated and in close cooperation with regional partners. We therefore encourage the association to continue to coordinate its efforts with relevant international and regional organizations. The United Kingdom will remain committed to supporting our partners in the Indian Ocean community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we really do appreciate the work that the UK does in this region and around the world, and you mentioned piracy and particularly the work that you're doing there. And I know that as the English cricket team arrive in this country as the #1 ranked test team in the world, I'm sure that everyone around the table will join me in wishing India all the best in relieving you of that burden. Now, I think the next contributor was the Indian Ocean Tourism Organisation, but I understand there's not going to be a statement made from them, which brings us then to calling upon the chair of the Indian Ocean Research Group, Professor Dennis Rumley, to make his statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this unique opportunity to address this important gathering. As many of you will know, the Indian Ocean Research Group, or as we know, IORG is the acronym, which is a social science policy-oriented research network, and which was founded in Chandigarh in November 2002. It's our 10th anniversary next week. IORG became an official observer to IOR-ARC at the meeting in Sana'a in Yemen in 2010. I'd just like to raise 3 issues very briefly on IORG activities past, present and proposed. Firstly, in terms of general research, Indian Ocean research publication and dissemination. Since becoming an observer, IORG has launched its flagship journal, Journal of the Indian Ocean Region, which is published twice a year by Routledge in the UK, and thus the journal is now in its 3rd year of publication. It might be of interest to delegates to know what the policy themes of our journal have been over the last several issues. Our inaugural issue, for example, in June 2010 was on the theme of maritime security in the Indian Ocean region. In December 2010 we had an issue on Indian Ocean climate change. In June 2011 we had a themed issue on geopolitical orientations of Indian Ocean states. In December 2011 we had a themed issue on the changing role of external powers in the Indian Ocean region. This year our first issue in June was on Indian Ocean regionalism, and the issue which is now in press, which comes out next month, is on the theme of piracy in the Indian Ocean region. So I think most delegates will realise that what we're doing is actually of direct interest to the whole organisation. In the next 12 months we hope to take the journal to the next level, especially by revising the editorial board and by introducing new items of interest to IOARC members, including regular reports and commentary on Indian Ocean policy issues and on meetings such as this. We are completely open to suggestions that members might wish to make about possible future themes, issues and even the format of the journal. For example, major speeches by member states on Indian Ocean regional issues are always welcome additions. Please contact me direct if you have any ideas or questions or concerns on any of this. For our part, we will continue to explore new research areas in the form of themed journal issues on regional topics of common concern, conferences and also book publications over the next 10 years. IORG is strongly committed to the long-term expansion of an Indian Ocean network of centres and scholars in order to expand the scope for research and teaching collaboration in the region. My second point concerns a major project that we started when we became an observer, and the title of this project is Building an Indian Ocean Region. A subtitle might be called Including Facilitating a Sense of Indian Oceanness. IORG has been very fortunate during this Gurgaon meeting to work closely again with our Kenyan colleagues and others from the Indian Ocean Rim Academic Group to finalise the arrangements to hold a major international conference in Nairobi in July 2013. The theme of the proposed conference is the political economy of maritime Africa in the Indian Ocean Rim, and is a revision of a proposal which we introduced and which was approved in Bangalore in November 2011. We would like to take this opportunity of sincerely thanking the Kenyan delegates at this meeting for taking the lead on this important issue and for helping to reformulate and improve the original proposal. We'd also like to sincerely thank all of the original donor states, Australia, India, the Sultanate of Oman, South Africa and Sri Lanka, for their vision and assistance and for their continued support. Some of the issues which will be discussed at the Nairobi meeting are outlined in my very brief essay in the commemorative magazine produced for this IOARC meeting. However, in brief, the Nairobi conference will aim to be organised around three principal themes. Firstly, Africa's perception of and linkages with the Indian Ocean. Secondly, Indian Ocean state linkages with Africa. And thirdly, future opportunities to develop stronger linkages. We intend to send out the first circular for this meeting to all IOARC academic focal points by early January 2013. However, if any member would like to know more about them before then, please don't hesitate to contact me directly by email. Finally and thirdly, the Indian Ocean Research Group remains open to any suggestion on how we might contribute further to the enhancement of the goals of IOARC. Again, please get in touch with me if you have any ideas or comments about how we might do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor, and can I place on record how much is appreciated the work of the Indian Ocean Research Group and very much your personal commitment to IOR-ARC and the role that the research group is playing in it. Now, I've been corrected by the delegation of South Africa about who is the #1 ranked test team in the world, and it's in fact South Africa. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but I lost track when Australia relinquished that title. In any event, as South Africa are of course on our own shores, we will be endeavouring to do our best to relieve you of that burden in the next couple of months. That brings us to the end of the statements in this open session, and can I just thank everyone who has participated in that has provided, I think, a very useful sense of where IOR-ARC is going and where we have come from, the enormous potential of this organisation and the great benefits for all of us in investing in its future. I know that India, as the chair of IOR-ARC, is very keen to work with all the countries of IOR-ARC in developing the organisation, and Australia, as the Vice Chair, is very keen to support India in all of its work. Thank you again for the contributions that you've made. That brings to a close the open session of this 12th IOR-ARC Council of Ministers meeting. We now will adjourn to lunch, and at the end of that we'll commence the closed session this afternoon. Thank you.